The beast was pulled up from the floor by a chain, up and down again. Unless the beast controlled the chain itself, I couldn't tell from where I was standing. It spewed what can only be described as a clump of roiling bile through the air at me. As I sidestepped, the bile hit the wall and I could hear it sizzle. The beast, which might have once been human, left the chains behind. I could have sworn they were bound around its wrists, and floated across the floor towards me. It was almost close enough to dig its fingers into my abdomen when I punched it. The beast flew apart in a series of bloody chunks, its gore splattering across the floor. I decided that it was no longer an issue. And this concludes another chapter of An Introduction to the Weird Fiction of Arthur Machen by Nam Co. Perhaps we'll continue that later. But now we move on to something slightly more adult, slightly more horrific. I am, of course, talking about Splatterhouse 3D. And welcome to another Short Horror Saturday stream with Purblind Gamer. I hope everybody is having a good weekend. And thank you to everybody who came out to my last couple of streams. I had a lot of fun with my birthday stream last weekend, thanks to you guys and the classic arcade games. And then on Wednesday we played Speculum Mortis, which is a horror adventure that would have been better suited to Short Horror Saturday. But apparently obscure freeware games from mid-2000s are not listed on How Long to Beat. So if there's not a long play out there, it's anyone's guess. Soon to be ported to the ZX Speculum, I hear. Yeah, I'd play that if I had a cassette drive. And today we're going to continue, well, probably finish Splatterhouse 3D, the Doom TC, which we played it's a megawad with replacements for each episode of Doom, each one loosely based on one of the original Splatterhouse games from the old trilogy. And hey, Artyom Havoc, welcome in. How are you doing today? And we played the first two episodes back in, I guess, November, because we started out with the developer's older freeware Splatterhouse 3D game, and then the developer found the VOD and said, you should check out the Doom TC, it's a hell of a lot better. You guys should also check out Artyom Havoc, who's an awesome variety streamer, and there's a whole bunch of different games, like tries a different one each day, and is also going through Fallout 4. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, Havoc. Oh, I mean, I'm glad you got your booster, but really sorry it's, been making you feel bad. I hope it doesn't last too much longer. I know, I've had several friends say that the booster, if it hit them harder, at least didn't last as long as the original, but I know it changes. The boosters and the first two vaccines hit people really differently. Oh, well, I appreciate you coming to hang out here. And yeah, hopefully you're able to get lots of rest and, feel a lot better soon. Yeah, fingers crossed. I'm probably going to get my booster soon. I still haven't, but figure if I'm going to, then there's no sense in putting it off. And plus it's free. Oh god, you weren't even able to sleep. Wow, that does sound terrible. Maybe I shouldn't get the booster after all if it's that bad. I probably should. Yeah. It's like my family says, if you can't trust the CDC, who can you trust? And it's like my family also says, the CDC is far too lenient, we can't trust them. I get a lot of mixed messages from my family. Oops. The camera's always falling and shifting. No, totally. And I understand, because I know there might be side effects. I get it. Yeah. a risk I'm willing to take. Still, with any luck, it won't last too much longer for you. And I don't know, if it gets too bad for me, I'll just drink a lot of whiskey. That helps with most things. This whiskey tastes a lot like spiced rum. And cheap spiced rum at that. Oh, it's cheap spiced rum. Never mind. Well, I am looking forward to playing the rest of this game. And hey, Guitar Cat, welcome in. You boosties. That's a pretty good slogan. Hashtag be boosties. Yeah, I can see that on bumper stickers. In fact, maybe I should start making bumper stickers that say that. Can't be that expensive to make bumper stickers. I assume all you need is like an inkjet printer and some glue. But how are you doing, Guitar Cat? It's good to see you again. And Mamushka boosties. There's a lot of great marketing opportunities here to make the boosters seem not just necessary but fun to the public. Surprised we haven't had a video game called COVID Booster Commander or something. A good shoot 'em up where you, I don't know, fly through somebody's bloodstream shooting viruses or something. It's been done in various forms before. Eat your heart out, Jerome Bixby. Just don't eat my heart out while you're in there. And oh, that's good. I'm glad you're finding stuff to do. And I was going to tell you, sometime soon I'm going to stream Tokyo Dark, which that game you recommended, and then I got for super cheap in the Steam sale. So, actually, I might as well tell people, because I'm finally getting back to trying to plan things out a bit more. I'm thinking tomorrow we'll start East Side Story, which is the 4th Carol Reed game, and we played the first one, but apparently it doesn't matter if you play them in order, which is good since they're like 17. A good Swedish murder mystery puzzle game, which I'll probably need a walkthrough for. And then Wednesday we'll start Castlevania: The Quest for Shut-Eye, which is one of the greatest horror comedy Metroidvanias I've ever played, and which I've been meaning to stream for a while. And that's part of the reason we're doing an FPS game today, since we'd been kind of going arcade heavy and then moving back towards adventure. I'm always trying to strike a balance. Yeah, Swedish murder. It has a much better flavor than American murder. I've heard that Estonian murder is pretty good, but I've never tried it personally. Maybe I'll find a game for that. I'll go ahead and boot up. Well, Splatterhouse 3D is booted up. I'll just switch. Oh, that says Splatterhouse 3D, doesn't it? That's not correct at all. Splatterhouse is more like something that happens when you, I don't know, cooking sausage on the stove and you don't have a screen over the frying pan, and then hot grease on the floor and you have to clean it up. You can't find it, so you have to let some cute cat lick it up for you. And he complains because it's not seasoned well enough. God, what even is my life? And when we last played Splatterhouse 3D, in the first episode we had gone to a mansion, been possessed by the Terror Mask, and after we'd killed Dr. West and tried to escape, our girlfriend turned into a monster and we had to kill her. In the second episode, we ended up in an asylum and were soon fighting the forces of hell again, and had to descend into hell to rescue Jennifer. And we found out our former mentor, Dr. Mueller, had gotten us Out the terror mask latched onto us in the first place and been manipulating us to try and open a portal and gain great powers from hell. So we fended off the keeper that wanted Jennifer to stay there, and then defeated a giant monstrous Dr. Mueller and let her stay in hell instead of Jennifer. Frankly, she deserved it. But then the terror mask vanished again, as it does. And now, it's back. And this third episode is based on Splatterhouse 3. Which that takes place years after the first two games, when David and Jennifer are married and have a son. Fall of the House of Splatter. I mean Taylor. Like the House of Splatter, though. You... No! Did you think I'd never find you? Get out of my head. You knew your people found me. You knew it was the last. You heard my call. You could have not. Leave me alone. You forsook me and cast me into the river. Why have you betrayed me? Leave me and my family alone. Oh, that's the mask talking to us, by the way. You brought this on yourself, Rick. Our spirits are intertwined. You forced me to follow you home. Your cowardice has enabled your... Accept this. Let us embrace one more time. Jennifer and David are the prize. Without my help, their blood will be on your hands. Well, when you put it that way, I guess we have no other choice but to put on the mask and go splatter things. Flask. I thought I saw something. Splatterhouse 5. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, since we never got a 5th Splatterhouse game, just the reboot. Is that a switch? Oops. Oh, I hit it? Yeah, this is almost like Splatterhouse 5. I gotta play the reboot at some point. I thought there was a PC port of it, but... And something made me think there wasn't. Okay. We got Jennifer's spirit. Oh. Path. Oh, nice. It does that graphical trick with the invisible walls. Supposed to do that. Where are the things to punch? And shoot. Yeah. Guns are good. I was curious, Havoc, since we're talking about the shots. Did the first 2 vaccines hit you that bad, or is it like the boosters just been significantly worse? Oh yeah, the books are basically armor. Babushka boosties. I feel like that could be a plush toy that is sold. As if it wasn't messy enough. Oh yeah, it's the hanging gremlins. Ah, got him. Oh, that's just a skeleton. Oh! Gun above the fireplace. That will come in useful. Oh. Don't let me interrupt your meal. Don't let me become your meal. Those lady ghosts are tough because they also spawn souls. Yeah. Kind of like pain elementals. Oh, these are more like babe elementals. Got this. That's all of them. Yeah, I kind of do, now that you point it out. The skull look. Yeah, the Terra Mask looks like a pain elemental or a lost soul. They weren't going to finish it anyway, so I just ate all the hearts on the table. Being possessed by a Terra Mask gives one an appetite. Did I ever tell you guys you look like something out of the Introductory Guide to the Weird Fiction of Arthur Machen? Wonder where I got that. I read a lot of things. Everything's... Oh! It's that painting Saturn, or commonly called Saturn Devouring His Son by Goya, which I think is one of the most disturbing things ever painted in the history of humanity, and was the inspiration for Lovecraft's Pickman's Model. I should know because I was in a stage adaptation of it. Gold key. There actually was something behind there. I think I'm playing on the Hurt Me Plenty difficulty, but seems... Yeah, well, it's only the first level. I'm sure it'll get a damn side harder. not hurt me plenty. Hey, not too rough. Then like the second difficulty was anything above that would have been too hard in the first 2 episodes. More keys. Oh, right. You can become invisible. I like the rain sound. Makes me wish there were more rain around here. Hey, blue key. That's the blue key? Yeah. Ah! Screaming memes. What's breaking? Oh, well, those for one thing. Is this just the same way we came up? There's something down there. I don't know if I should jump down there yet, though. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get startled by my reflection plenty of times, but keep in mind, in this game, your reflection can sometimes come to life and kill you. This was gold key. Maybe. Oops. Maybe I should just jump down there. Can't wander around this house forever. I've got a wife and son to save. Yeah, speaking of saving. Jennifer! That's not Jennifer. Oh, maybe Jennifer's getting munched. Yeah. This is recognize that's the level 1 boss from Splatterhouse 3. Well, there's Jennifer's spirit, but not Jennifer herself. I think that's an exit. Is it getting dark in here? Jenny's Night Gallery. Oh, thanks, Guitar. The evening had such a wonderful start. A haunted house event for your society friends to celebrate your bestseller's film premiere. Even Jenny managed to keep her neuroses under wraps long enough to enjoy herself. The entrails of your peers now decorate the halls of the mansion, and hellish things from the grounds. Worse still, you decipher Jennifer's blubbering. Dr. West haunts the house and has taken David to the gallery. You race to find him, paternal instinct winning out against fear of the boy's strange powers. And the boreworm. And hold on just a sec, I'll turn on the lights. Yeah, that should be better. I even needed to go to a VRV screen for that. Anyway, we must save our son. Dr. West being the deranged scientist we fought and killed in episode 1. He keeps coming back. You know how these 90s FPSs reuse boss sprites. Oh. Those things have boreworms in them. Oh yeah. Something of the aborted meat you prize. Oh yeah. I should have warned you guys, this thing has evil spitting blob-like fetus monsters crawling along the ground. But I can't warn you guys about every grotesque thing that pops up in a horror game, can I? Ooh. Oh, good. I was like, is that a bat? And then just before I was going to run forward, it's like, oh, traps. And boreworms. And I don't trust myself to make that jump. Looks like there's something down there. Yeah. Hopefully it's not instant death. When you pick up an explosive flask, it says, "The bar is open, ladies." Fun times. Slightly less fun times. Oh, I see, it's the chain things. At least some of them are. I know that it seems so much easier. Did you guys notice, did I accidentally start it on, like, I'm Too Young to Die instead of Hey Not Too Rough? Well, maybe the difficulty will spike soon. Oh good, thanks Guitar Cat, that's what I was going for. Maybe I should have gone with third, but we'll see how hard it gets. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just you guys. I think that's all of them. Oh, right, these are the sticky tentacles. When you don't have momentum, it move really slowly on them. We'll come back for Jennifer's spirit later. If we're gonna make it through this, Jennifer, we can't just, grab your ghost anytime we see it. We gotta treat you as a resource. I don't think every wife wants to hear. Yeah, pretty much. It looks like we will have to do some jumping. Bunny hop like in Half-Life. I tried to figure out how to do that when someone brought it up while we were playing Opposing Force. I don't think I ever got it. Ah! Oh! Jeez. You ghostly ladies. Anything else down here? Probably have to get back up there and hop across these. Always a good sign when the wall looks at you. Something. Oh, they're teleporting in. Oh, okay. Probably better not to fight them on the tentacles. Spikes. Is it worth going to the trouble of loading? I don't know. Actually, not that far away back to the jump site. You can jump in Heretic. I don't think you could. You could fly. I never ever played Hexen. I wonder if you could jump in that. Rats. Yes. Bunny hopping through the house. Yeah. And reservations about using the word bunny after we played Mr. Hop's Playhouse. Talk about a big bunny. Ooh, key. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I bet if they added it in the remastered version, the mod. And I feel like they did in Doom too, like at some of the source ports. I mean, this is in GZ Doom, and this has a jump, obviously. That's right, I think. But I played the shareware version of Heretic a fair amount, and it was like, you couldn't jump, but you could look up and down, and you could fly. I think that's all we need in here. Tempted to get that back, but nah. I mean, I could save right before trying it, but nah. There'll be other bats. Oh, look, it's the deer heads. It's spewed slime in Splatterhouse 2. They may or may not have tried to kill us in that Evil Dead game. I can't go down there. Ah. There. Oh man, it's dark. Oh, now we can go down there. I mean, we couldn't have hopped over that fence. We might have rolled an ankle. Shotgun. Large, open, uninhabited area. I think we're about to get ambushed. Or maybe it'll just be a boss fight. That was weird. Wait, did he? Oh, yeah. I'm like, did you guys hear the faint snarl of something dead? Yeah. Maybe it's just the creaking of this house. Yeah, this mod is intentionally really dark. I even tell you to change this, make sure the display type is set to dark in options, so it displays with the intended darkness. Is there something else here? Oh, it looks like maybe we can make it over there. Jumping puzzles. That's not puzzle so much as just jumping. That says that's not something you want to fall into right there. Ooh, can we get the boreworms to fall into it? No, they're too fast. Oh, shoot. The big boar. Should have seen him coming. Oh, he survived that. Makes sense then. I think that was the... Was that the boss from level 2 of Splatterhouse 3? I can't remember. I played it, but I never really got into Splatterhouse 3 the same way I did with 2. Time limits just annoyed me. Oh well. No idea it was through that other door. It looks like the end. Suffer the little children. A trap. Had Jenny meant to lure you to your death? Vengeance for hiding your disturbed wife and freakish son from the public eye for so many years? The mask speaks. It was the doctors who deceived you. West and Mueller have taken advantage of our reunion and possessed your Jenny. West means to steal David's body and return to Earth anew. While you fought the worms, Mueller Jenny has begun her hunt for West's new living vessel. David, your son, you scream in animal rage and race to the boy's room, praying that his possessed mother hasn't beaten you to him. One of the things I like about this mod is it really expands on the story of Splatterhouse, the Splatterhouse trilogy, like in creative ways. I always thought the Splatterhouse trilogy could be turned into a series of novels. Just tortured, half-dead human flesh. Yeah. Right. That's why we dispatched them quickly. Oh. Those groundskeepers. What was that? Oh, it's a mirror. Wait. Oh! I saw something in the mirror. Where those nasty little things came from. Ooh, piano. In a haunted house. Well, we saw what happens when you run into a piano in a haunted house on Wednesday. It plays. This piano does not play. How very mundane. Locked door. Ah, there. Haunted piano. Blue key. Just a wall. Especially when it gets darker, sometimes it's hard to tell what's a wall and what's a door. That bear. If you've played Splatterhouse 3, you'll recognize that bear. Trapped nightmare. Oh, right, I think that's ammo for the terror mask weapon. That's Mr. Potato Head to you. My son and I are going to have a talk about the manner in which he plays with his toys. This whole hanging clowns by the neck over bathtubs of blood is, well, it's not healthy. Oh. That bear wasn't there before. This is the bear who got a baseball bat. Teddy Ruxpin, more like Teddy Ruck Splatter. Hey, Evelicia, thank you so much for the subscription. Really appreciate it. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good weekend. You guys should check out Evelicia, who also plays a lot of strange horror games that you probably haven't seen before. I love discovering new horror games. Oh right, you're playing Corpse Party. How's that going? That's a re-release of that old Japanese series, isn't it? I feel like I've heard Corpse Party referenced. Is that maybe it was some other series that I remember somebody mentioning in passing 10 years ago. It happens. Alright, got the key. Hey, were those doors both blue? Ah. Oh, nice. Well, congratulations. Have you been enjoying it? I think that was one of those games I saw the name of it, and then I'm like, oh, I'll just have to remember that and then get it someday because I need to own every horror game ever made. Interesting choices. In terms of gameplay or in terms of story? The way you say that makes me think that they're questionable choices. Alright, the air horn is those guys getting back up. Where? Oh. Oh, more anime perversion than the old versions had. I see, so you played the older versions before and now you're trying the newer version? Is this the first official release in English? There are plenty of good Japanese games that don't get an official English release, but have fan-made translation patches. God, this is dark. And it's daytime. Look at that foggy sky. A cage. Oh, that's not a trap in the slightest. I say, son, the trap's useless. I can walk right up to it. I can get chainsawed to death. Smart chicken wouldn't come near that trap. Smart chicken would run. Oh, the new remaster. That's neat that they released like a box set on Nintendo DS. It would be cool to see the different version, like changes in different versions of games sometimes. Yeah, we're not throwing bombs at him. He jumps too fast, too far. Oh man. Damn, I didn't save, did I? Okay. Won't make that mistake again. Freaking Bagman. Oh, Shrine 2. Is that a newer, like, retro-styled horror game? That got him. Ah. That sounds like something I would enjoy. I like these retro FPSs. Oh, and it's free. Cool. It's nice to have been getting a lot of these kind of games the past few years. I guess a lot. Yeah, kind of a lot. More than we had been, like high-profile stuff. I mean, Ion Maiden for one. And then Dusk and yeah, several. Like not all of them horror, but I like the horror ones. Should check out Shrine 2. Is it a fairly long game or like a shorter one? Wonder if it's possible. Nah, probably can't watch the bear while you're picking that up. No, well, I know Ion Fury. I still call it Ion Maiden because fuck Iron Maiden. Who's that? Oh, he's hanging up toys in his closet too. This kid. Yeah, same here, Alicia. There have been so many good examples of it. Modern, retro. There have always been more modern retro adventure games. There weren't quite as many FPSs. At least not that got as much recognition, I should say. There have always been some. Yeah, it has got the relatively simple and straightforward gameplay sometimes, but and easier for the small developers to make. Let's hope I can get them both. And also we can, they can be in some ways better than the actual retro games because learn from our mistakes and to make better design choices and not soft lock the players all the time, unless that's our intention. And if that's our intention, it shouldn't be. Oh, yeah. The less is more thing. Definitely can really work for horror. The graphics should have to be, even if they're really good, sometimes our imagination's better. Oh. This is a substantially long game. Yeah, I know how it can be when you get into a game and just want to keep going. And hey, Matt Glad. Oh, thanks for the clip. Spitting facts. That's not all these creatures are spitting. Hey, how are you doing? You guys should check out Matt Glad. There's another fun retro streamer. And also does cool trivia games on his stream. And cool Half-Life mods. What was it you were playing? Oh, Proteus. Sounds like a alien thing. Oh. I'm glad. I'm sorry everybody's under the weather, but I'm glad they're testing negative. So hopefully it's, just a bad cold or something. I'm gonna save now before Ludo comes out. Okay. Oh, I appreciate it. Oops. Ready? Oh, there he is. Playing Ring Around the Blood Fountain. A game that every child plays in the schoolyard. Okay, got him. Aha, find some meat. I think, retro, modern retro aesthetic was one of the reasons I liked The Lost Door so much, and drew me to that. Also because it requires you to use your imagination. You kind of extrapolate the details of the things you're looking at. Yeah, it was. I'm probably going to play that whole series. I helped with the translation of a couple episodes at the end, and I wish that the company had me help with translations of their next game too. I can't tell what it did. God, you know what this reminds me of? One of those Magritte paintings where the sky is daytime but the earth is nighttime. Oh, guys. Yeah, I mostly came to it later on when I played the first ones in Flash. But yeah, I know the story of the later ones because I helped with the text. I read the text, but I never actually played them. And it's a shame they didn't do a third season. Maybe I'll try and check out that shrine too. I'm also thinking I should, especially after last Wednesday, I should be more careful about figuring out game length. What should be short horror Saturday or something for normal streams, at least when I can. God, it's so dark. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've noticed that, at least not to this, this degree, that be when the sun's past the horizon, it's that bright. Oh, sure, Ketar Cat, thanks. No. F11? I don't know, is that something that in Doom, or Doom Source ports, is that the boss key? You're trying to get me to push the boss key, Matt Glad. Swarm Sports aren't DOS-based, so it won't change the cycles. Oh, okay, that was Gamma. I mean, I honestly could turn up the light, but, you know, they tell you, like, the game's designed to be played so dark. So, if it gets me too much, I will just, you know, give myself some light amplification goggles. I saw the key. What did this switch do? That's the question. So I'll just use light amplification. Oh, thanks, guitar. Yeah, I used to remember more of the shortcuts from Doom games. Save, load, quick save, quick load. There's some kind of switch up there. Oh. There we go. Why is this making my computer run so hot? I mean, cheesy Doom is... Oh, F11 is often full screen. That's good to know. And for some games, that might actually work to de-full screen it. Which, you know, a lot of times it's better for me to play games windowed. I'm playing this in borderless full screen. Where are they shooting from? Wait. Right. I thought it was one point F5 and F6. Was it? And then it was also, you know, different for later 90s FPSs. So. Can't remember all the shortcuts past I have in my brain and what they went with. Right. I hear him snarling. Oh, there. Got him. Oh. Right, and the way they design keyboards now, it can be good to have them further apart. I guess that's more just so you don't accidentally hit the wrong one. Which we've all done. See also the Quackshot incident. There we go. Uh-oh. Ah! It's those evil hound things. Oh, no worries, Havoc. Yeah, go get some rest, and hopefully you feel better soon. Yeah. Really sorry the booster's been hitting you hard. Alright, this is where we were. I think chainsaws are useful against the hounds. Whatever those things are. Ooh, armor. Definitely need armor. That's good the booster didn't hit you that hard, Matt Glad. Shoot. I think this is the best strategy. Oh yeah, I forgot you existed. I'd rather you didn't. Can dogs open doors? Yes. Forgot they could spit. Oh, puppies. Oh yeah, him. Oh, that's good that a day was enough. And way low on health, and those things are coming back. Got him? Okay. So used to pushing one for chainsaws. I'm not messing around out there. Those things got shotguns. Oh. We got used to associating Carl's Jr. with good food to eat when you're sick. I like their burgers. We call them Hardee's in my neck of the woods. Part of the reason I like them is because there's one just a few blocks from my house back home. Yeah, did have some health in reserve. Maybe I used it all. In my reserve. Oh. I hear memes. Oh, cool. Thanks so much for hanging out, Guitar Cat. Oh, I appreciate it. It's great to have you, dude. And, yeah, hope you have a good day. I don't trust them not to come vaulting over that railing. As the memes do. Howler. Right. Oh, I bet he jumped over my head and came at me from behind. He's up, I think he's up there and I'm in the lee right now. Oh shoot, there's more. Oh! Freaking Mimi on a bookshelf. Oh, there. brilliant. They can jump from one side to the other. Switch straight out of Doom. Oh, those are windows. It would be nice if you could smash windows with chainsaws. Oh. Secret to nowhere. Make it over. Wait, is this? Ah, right. Yeah, I like when the level design lets you figure out where you're supposed to go like that. Whereas maybe that was just a bonus. Ah. Oh, I guess every time you save and load, the map resets to zoomed out state. Let's switch only. Oh no, that's just the windows on the map, I think. The switch only triggered the stairs. Try this one more time. Ah. Oh. Oh, that must have triggered the other door up there. Boreworms cannot open bookcases. Everybody knows that. I know I was bad-mouthing Iron Maiden earlier, but I do intend to stream their video game at some point because it's a rail shooter and I've been curious about it for years. If I can get it to work. Yeah. And then that's always the caveat I should just add before anything I say. Oh, yes, I'll stream some Pong clones if I can get them to work. I probably won't. Unless they're horror Pong clones. Or the Pong remake from, like, the 90s. Maybe. Oh. It's old Teddy Fuckspin again. I'm getting sick of him following me around. I've gotten so used to saving in Half-Life, I was about to reach for the, what is it, that key next to control and the F3 key at the same time. Like, I don't know what that would do here. Oh, the heads. Forgot about those little guys. Batter up. They don't leave anything other than splashes of blood. Hey, you again. Either we bought our kid too many potato heads, or Teddy Fuckspin is just like putting them around the level to mess with us, even though they're inanimate. I also don't remember buying my son quite this many clowns, but I'm starting to think he doesn't like them. Look at that trigger. Wait. Did I? Are those people? Okay, I'll stop concerning my shotgun shells. Maybe I backed out of the secret because I was startled. Is there anything else? Oh. Hey, Pogue Maniac. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? We're just getting our asses handed to us. Damn that thing. Right, she doesn't have to die, Rick. Those are the masks said in the start of Splatterhouse 2, right? Yeah, are you a fan of the Splatterhouse games as well, Pokemaniac? Yeah, me too. I liked the old games. I haven't played the remake yet. This is just a really good fan game. But yeah, I think Splatterhouse 2 specifically is probably one of my favorite games ever. Train Pokemon by day and splatter monsters by night. Sounds like a good life. And have you played the modern Splatterhouse game too? And now we know that what is it, aquatic abomination is going to come and attack us. I think we'll have to use the mask power to kill it. Ah, cool. Yeah, I haven't yet either, but that's one I want to. Oh, is this whole thing a secret? Oh, him? Oh, good for you getting Splatterhouse 3's best ending. That's not easy. I was never as good at Splatterhouse 3. Captain Mozzarella. Is that what the fans have dubbed that beast? It does kind of look like he's pushing his way up through a thick layer of cheese. Oh, that's fun. But yeah, that one was from the arcade game, so I don't know if they ever... I mean, yeah. Arcade games tend not to have as much literature associated with them. You gotta get again? Jeez. Unspeakable Horror. What a dull name. I should save before messing with the mirror this time. Come on, guys. I'm right here. Yeah, lost too much health earlier. Hell Chaos. Oh, that's funny. Which is a pretty good name. A personification of something. Makes you think of that freeware Ghouls and Ghosts tribute. Hell Creature Rotten Corpse. Yeah, Captain Mozzarella to his friends. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe we don't need to mess with the mirror world. I'm tempted. Oh, no, that's, no. Okay, we need to mess with the mirror world, because that's where I can get the mask power. Oh. Did I already? Huh. Confused with this layout. Yeah, if it had more of the music, because it does have some of the music, like in between levels. Huh. It did earlier. I wonder if it's when you save and load, it doesn't bring the music back. Weird. Now that you mention that. Oh, it's just the fetus. Oh yeah, Evil Cross from the arcade one. These did have some pretty good music. Oh, we can come in here. Aquatic abomination. Let's try going back here. Yeah, I guess I heard the Splatterhouse 2 music most, but... Alright. So I you take some lumps, but I think this is the most efficient way to get rid of him. There's one more. Ooh, useful. Yeah. Hey, if you gotta destroy the boss, at least, make something good out of his corpse. Yeah, Satan wouldn't have designed these things like that if he didn't intend them us to think of cheese. I guess I'll just push that. You and the captain make things happen. There's a fair amount of luck involved. May not trigger once I pick up the key. I'm thinking there's got to be something more useful in this area than just a couple of the flasks. Because, otherwise it wouldn't be much of a secret. It would be cool if they did a Splatterhouse movie. Or a good series of books. But yeah, this mod really embellishes the story. Oh. Hey, reading the source code and learning their patterns, I never would have thought of that. That's a good idea, Poke. Have you played a fair amount of Doom, I take it? I know. I got too far away from him. Oh! Study for game design. That's pretty neat. Are you currently in a course for it, or studying on your own? Hey, congratulations! I've never really played online much. Sweet. I know nothing about game development, but that sounds really neat. That you're studying it. It's one of those fields I thought it would be fun to try and learn, but just a daunting amount goes into it. Oh, right, I forgot I still have that channel point for the reward up. Initially from my streamiversary. Operation Carnage. Oh, I remember that. I actually unboxed that on stream. Got a copy back when I was 10. Oh, yeah, you play a space marine, and it's a top-down shooter, and a lot of blood, a lot of aliens, a lot of carnage. And then it gets pretty hard. You really gotta manage your guns, but yeah, really fun. It's like a twin-stick shooter on PC. And you get to kill a lot of aliens, and who doesn't like killing a lot of aliens? I mean, if we weren't here to kill aliens, Galaxia never would have been made. Now that's Operation Carnage. Not Total Carnage. That's a totally different twin-stick shooter. I'd buy it for $1. Thank you, Matt Glad. Oh, want to beat Doom, rip and tear its code. And either change things, or just learn how it works. And outthink the game. Oops. Ooh, wow. That's Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. That's good for you. Good for you. That's a hard game. Which I like beat 'em ups a lot, but that one was. It was one you could get a lot better at as you practiced, but it's still, towards the end, it got to be just especially hard with some of those boss rushes. I always thought for that. Oh, you can just keep performing the combos and take them down. I like the secret rooms in that. It was practically impossible to beat it without finding them. Right. I mean, that's pretty much, you have to hoard the assists. Find all of them and get all of them and then hoard them. I may stream that at some point. But I have both that and the sequel. And I always thought, like, Operation Carnage is in pretty much every way a better game. Or not Maximum Carnage is a better game, but the core gameplay and fighting of Separation Anxiety I thought was better. It seemed like Separation Anxiety was so rushed. And like, oh shoot, we already started this for these consoles that are near the end of life. Oh, swap between Spider-Man and Venom. That's, I don't think I ever tried that. I haven't played that one in a while. Hey, good for you for beating that. Phew. I got him, but with barely any health left. I'm not saving over my old save with that. So in your game development course, do they have you guys... is that one of your assignments, like reading the source code of games? And I imagine you can learn a fair amount from it. In terms of design as well as playing the games. Where do I... Oh, thank goodness, it's Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. And more ammo, which we will need. I think we got everything here. Dang it. Might be one more flask. Maybe that's on the other side. Or maybe I already got it. Oh, that's cool that you did it on your own, but you were still able to tell the class about it. I bet they were suitably impressed. Big guns and bigger guts. Hey, takes guts to speak in front of the class. Before I trigger, I think my best strategy is to run in, grab the mask essence, and run out. Try to avoid the boar worms and the fetus. You guys. Will that wake him up? Oh, I bet maybe if I use my fists it wouldn't. Oh, it still didn't. To ask a girl if she wants to see her BFG. Which, hey, if she's a nerd, I'm sure she'll appreciate the reference, if nothing else. Of course, the much cooler option would be if you said that to a girl, and then you just had an actual BFG or some sort of room-clearing gun that you could just, say, "Oh, it's right here," and then fire it into the kitchen and destroy all the crockery. It'd certainly be impressive. I mean, and hey, that way you don't have to wash the dishes. Okay, I should just face the big guy. Only 110. Come out, whatever you are. Oh, I haven't picked up the key yet. That's why he's not there. I haven't picked up the key. But actually, I can get rid of this guy with impunity. TP, yes, that old Beavis and Butthead routine. It was so bizarre, but so effectively funny. I never really watched that growing up, but then I saw some of it in college. And I was like, oh, these guys are terrible. And incognito. Okay. I think we'll just try and have it out with him and see where it gets us. Okay. That could have gone a lot worse. Puppies. Oh, that's what it was. It was a Beavis and Butthead incognito emote. Oh. Diarrhea, Daria, right. Oh, that's neat. You met the Latin American voice actress of her. Eventually. I then discovered Daria in college after Beavis and Butthead and liked that a lot. It showed some good characters in writing. They're like more complex and human characters, whereas in Beavis and Butthead it was just like, they're dumb, awful people, and it's hilarious. Oh yeah, that terror mask really gave Rick some muscles. Heard the door. I remember, where was the other locked door? Oh. One of those groundskeeper types. Thanks for the shells, though. I'm getting antsy, I should save. Yeah. Hey! That's my boy who said that. What did he say? Oh. That's my boy who vanished without a trace. And sealed the exit behind him. Yes. Oh no, poor David. Yeah. Oh, I guess that wasn't him. Or it was his spirit, or... Hey! It's Teddy... I'm trying to think of a good joke on Ruck Splatter. Let us go with Teddy Ruck Splatter. You're not mad about all those times I hit you in the face with a baseball bat like this, are you? Oh. And to taunt the Teddy. Oh, nobody in chat is, like, afraid of bears. Was that a... Ah. Almost made it out the door. Oh well. It gives a whole new meaning to, oh, let me be your teddy bear. Sorry, throw a flask will do much good. Man, he jumps around even faster than the bag man. Huh. That was reasonable. A reasonable sort of teddy bear. And where's that son of mine? I told him to pick up his toys, and look what happened. Told him to pick up his toys, not string up his toys. Thanks, Alicia. Suffer the little children. Now, hide and seek garden. Your fists tremble unconsciously. David's name roars from your throat. You collapse to the ground, weeping. Every fatherly failure returns to your mind. In a mocking slideshow, the doctors who couldn't fix his telekinesis, nor his visions, nor identify the origin of those powers. You are certain the deity used him as a beacon somehow, and perhaps the undead doctors as well. A brief vision startles you, David fleeing to the gardens to escape a violent, perverse Jenny. The boy cries out to you in desperation. Must you kill her again to save David? Yeah, I think they could take this story and turn it into a visual novel. And the story of the Splatterhouse story as told through these mods. Oh goodness, we have a chainsaw. Those guys won't be getting back up. Crosses. What is something back there? Yeah. The upside down cross appeared as a boss in the first 2 episodes. Wonder if he'll be back. And also, you know, this game is able to have better pacing with the teddy bear than, like, the actual Splatterhouse 3, because we see it several times. It's like, that's not supposed to be here. Teddy bears don't move on their own. Or maybe they do, and I just haven't seen them. Oh, shoot, heads. Oh, lots of heads. Oh, shoot, that came out of the well or something? Oh, yeah. Head City. Not be confused with Dead City. Is it in here? So I guess this is technically our house and grounds. Like, that's what I gather. We built this mansion or bought it after becoming rich and writing a bestseller or two. I did something. You know something did something when you hear growls. Brains. Oh. Oh, at Wall Street. Is that the actual backstory from Splatterhouse 3? It sounds quite plausible. Almost as though something wanted him to buy this mansion. Ah, gotcha. I don't have Splatterhouse 3 yet. I assume it talks about that in the manual. Like Splatterhouse 2 had some of the story in the manual. And, letters between... I think it was it Dr. West and Dr. Mueller? I know West was one of them. Maybe Mueller was the other. Yeah. I do like some of the stuff they used to have in manuals. And sometimes they would have comic books, or comics, like in Bubsy 2. Which was scary when the manual's one of the funniest parts of the game. Or sometimes they'd have pictures of the developers in the manual. What was that? I know Marble Madness did, but I think one of the James Bond games did. Oh, the TurboGrafx 16 port had a comic manual. Oh, that's cool. Would it be nice if we'd gotten a Genesis port of Splatterhouse 1 that was closer to arcade quality? Because Splatterhouse 2 really looked... I mean, I'm not the authority on how things look, but I thought Splatterhouse 2 looked almost as good as the arcade. I mean, you know, they'd had a few years, granted. There's a bridge. Been watching Chesapeake Shores, and now the bridge. I think of that club from that. Yeah, I mean, I figure with the arcade it would look somewhat better. They did, they'd make you restart the level each time you put a credit in, so... kept a fair amount of challenge, and kept you putting quarters in. Something's spitting. Oh, yeah, those guys. Better resolution, too. And, yeah, well, I guess the processing would make sense. Those arcade machines are big. And I didn't think about the audio, but it's a good point. Some of the arcade games could have really good audio. I wonder if they've re-released the Splatterhouse trilogy on Steam. I haven't actually looked for that. I remember having the arcade version that, like, noises or things that Jenny Monster would say. Yeah, that was pretty effective sound. It seems to me they ought to put out a, like, Steam or GOG re-release of the entire Splatterhouse series. Like, the trilogy, the reboot. And throw in that NES oddity and the TurboGrafx 16 port for fun. What's that? I think I was trying to... Wait, so that needs... a blue skull. Hey, did I see a blue skull? I saw some other kind of key. Oh, that's just a statue. Yeah. Surprising how many old games they continue to re-release. Even ones that, seem pretty obscure, and you wouldn't think there are many people clamoring for them. I think that one of the ones that really surprised me was when I saw Last Rites came out on GOG. Which was like a late 90s Doom clone. And I was like, I know that's... Here you are. Yeah. I appreciate you being here and talking about Splatterhouse with us. And, hey, Seacross, welcome in. That's a good point. Yeah, you've already got, just a minimal amount of work to make it run on modern systems or emulated, and, hey, you don't even have physical distribution media anymore. And you guys should check out Seacross. There's another awesome retro and variety streamer. Also does neat stuff on hardware. His streams are fun. How are you, Seacross? And do you stream Pokemaniac? Ooh, health. Oh, awesome. Here, let me get you a shout out too. You stream a lot of Pokemon stuff? Oh, working on Coleco hardware? That's what are you doing with it, Seacross? Retro. I'm never sure when to say. For a lot of the games I play, the obscure ones, when do I say retro and when do I label it with the actual game? Because it's obscure games, there may not be people browsing Twitch looking for that game. I sure hope somebody's playing Last Rites today. Since I've got that on the brain now. Hey, there's something up there. Can I trigger it with a flask? My kingdom for a crosshair. Well, that did nothing. Doing school. Oh, and PvP stuff too. That are. Oh, I see. And modern games that are like modern versions of old games. Oh, that's cool, Pokemaniac. And sorry, it was a. Just trying to read that in prop. I figured out C-Cross. Okay. Oh, so it's like a different style, a different output to make it easier to connect, I guess. And modded a controller. Wow. That sounds very complicated. No kidding, Wanpaku Graffiti's on Steam. Well, wonder if it's fully translated. I know it was only officially released in Japan. Oh, you prefer the Nintendo output, Z-Cross. Oh, there's another flask. Oh! Alright, I forgot that they were doing some of those things, like Namco Museum and... Well, that's nice. I'm gonna have to get that. And those tend to be better prices than if they make you, like, they re-release the game by itself, and then they're like, oh, pay $5 for this. Like, is it worth $5? And like, I don't know, but it's never going on sale for less than 50%. And I'm like, eh. You do realize ROMs are dumped somewhere out there. Oh, right, there was... What's that? I'm trying to see what's up there. Oh, I can use that. Have you worked on Coleco systems before, C-Cross? Alright, this is a big map. I don't... Do I have a red skull? I don't... I'm trying to remember what key I've gotten in this level. I know it's a blue one is what we need. No, that's just the start. Oh, at the beginning of the level? Thanks. Ah. No, but you're right. I see now the skulls. That's a good catch. I'll definitely remember that. There's gotta be more down here. Ooh, chainsaw. Not that I need one. I don't need a chainsaw, but I like a chainsaw. Right, I pulled that switch. There's nothing on the well. I mean, except blood. Possibly some vines or patterns in the brickwork, but mostly blood. And that's just another way back across, right? I hear elevator. What did we trigger? Yeah. It's like, oh, just like Doom, it's hard to tell what the water or acid textures is harmless and which will hurt you. I mean, if there's a sign on the wall nearby that says, "Danger, this will kill you," that's a good indication, but short of that... Right. Yeah, like, so sometimes you... Or like if you just cross one line, it triggers... Or, you know, one step, it will trigger a door, and you can hear it, but you can't always figure out where it is. Yeah, floor trigger. Good old Doom. How you drive us crazy sometimes. Oh. Ah. Giant fanged face. Wait, that was just... Yeah, it sounded fairly nearby. Indeed. Ah, there. Oh, secret. Oh, fine, be that way. Oh, maybe... Did I just bump my head on the sky? Okay. We have fun here. Wasn't there a song called "Excuse Me While I Bump My Head on the Sky" or something? Yeah. That again. Unless... Yeah. Yeah, the secret creeps and like doors only open for a limited time. Hey, Dangerous Dave, welcome in. How's your weekend going, Dangerous Dave? Yeah, I think you're right, Pokemaniac. I was wondering where that thing we heard earlier was, and whether it stayed down or not. Somewhere hereabouts. Oh, that's great. Good to hear. Right, and that just leads... here. Probably some key detail I'm missing. Should have paid more attention to that, you know, door or elevator or whatever that we heard somewhere around here. Where exactly it was. Wait. You guys hear it again? I didn't hear it go back up. Oh. There. Ah. And it was just the stupid chainsaw. Yay. We found a secret that we didn't need. Hey, maybe that'll trigger one of the others. Yes. I mean, already having a chainsaw is not a terrible problem to have, as problems go. Oh wait, what if it also triggered that? No such luck. Yeah. I was trying to use the movement keys as though this were actual Doom. And I'm like, why am I not turning? Oh right, because I don't have movement keys for turn. Can we explore up there? Oh no. There's no way to jump over there. Wait, what is that? That's it. I thought it changed something permanently. That just triggers the bars blocking that passageway. That's got it. Right. IGKFA. Or ID Spiss Popped. Which we actually streamed Spiss Popped back in Spooktober. And I can safely say I don't need to play that game again. Now I bet I could beat it, but do I want to? So... These no more aquatic abominations. Oh. Can't just wander out to sea. It's like those darn bayou levels. Bayou hazard battle. Huh. Yes, that's the one, Dangerous Dave. Inspired by the Doom cheat. I wanted to like it more than I did. That's what happens when you discover a game and then put off playing it for 15 years. Sometimes it doesn't live up to the hype. Which may be the case when I eventually get around to Half-Life 2. Not a terrible idea. And maybe a part of it is just I get too frustrated with those kind of puzzles. What was that? Oh shit, Ludo. Got him. Thanks for the chainsaw, I sure needed that. Didn't have a chainsaw with me, yep. Hey, how come he can, like, dual-wield chainsaws and I can't? Maybe they're attached to his body, but still. It's not fair. Chainsaws akimbo. Would have been awesome if you could have pitchforks akimbo and blood. Oh. You're alive. We can't have that. Now, maybe this is supposed to be the same level You're heading into an episode 2. Okay, I don't need to punch all the little spitty pinatas. Oh, this looks promising. Winged skeletal demons always look promising. Oh, shoot. There's 2 of the hungry weir frogs, or whatever there are, and we can't go back. Oh, I think he saw me. I wasted too many flasks trying to trigger that switch that didn't exist. I thought that was going to be worse. Blue. Oh. And we're back in here. And there's a health power-up, but we'll skip that for now. Anyway, the blue one was the one high up overlooking the bridge. If I recall correctly. Yeah. That's when I finally start to learn the layout of the level. Before we press that, I was expecting, I don't know, 100 sharp-clawed corpses to fall from the ceiling. Ah, there, that lowered it. Something happened. Oh. The water turned into stairs. I didn't know water could do that. It's Splatterhouse. I remember the first time I saw Splatterhouse 3 in the video store, and I was trying to convince my mother that I should rent that. And she said, no, because that's too violent. It's rated MA-13, and yeah. It's called splatter, that means it's bloody. And I'm like, you don't know that. It could be water that's splattering around. My mother's like, I don't think it's water, looking at the cover. Wait, what did getting up here accomplish? Other than bragging rights. Oh. The old hidden cave behind the waterfall. Red key and... oh, I bet that lowered the mask powers. Nope. We should be so lucky. Yeah. Severed heads have already burst out of all of these paintings. That means they won't do it again. Is that Saturn devouring his son again? A secret door? No. Do we have to get Jennifer? What on earth? Oh, shoot! That thing came out of the painting. Get thee behind me, Saturn. Because you're facing the painting, it's a little more spectacular. Don't have a lot of ammo for that. Oh no. He always appears on that side of the screen. Yeah, people call me the Chronos Schooler. And that joke only makes sense if you know an obscure anime. Hide and Seek Garden. Museum of Esoterica. Shoot, my zoom function's not working. Jenny's desperate pleading doesn't fool you for long. And soon gives way to a sinister smirk that once belonged to Professor Mueller. Surely you won't kill your Jenny twice, she says with a laugh. Briefly, you feel the urge rising. Goaded by the malignant spirit driving you. You curse the deity and lock Jenny in the closet instead. Another vision from David calling to you. Demented Dr. West towers over the boy in a sacrificial circle, drawn on the floor of your personal museum. That's weird that... Oh, okay. Zoom text is fine now. Where's it go? Oh, Museum of Esoterica. For some reason I was like, Museum of Ecstatica? Huh. I mean, I know I'm playing a retro-styled horror game, but... Meh. Well, the first time we've fought our way through a museum in the Doom engine. Right, Chex Quest 2? Oh, I got turned around. In the darkness. Was that Saturn devouring its sun beast supposed to be in the form of Jennifer? I'm still alive, right? I thought there were two. Oh, hey, I recognize that thing from Splatterhouse too. Oh, a cross. I think we know where this is going. That's a good question. If everything you hold dear is gone, are you still alive? Well, as long as the desire for vengeance carries you. Oh, those women are from Splatterhouse 1. Gotcha. Which I probably ought to replay. I think one of these days I will play Splatterhouse 1 and 3 on stream. I really don't trust that cross. That's cool. Like, I recognize most of the enemies, but I guess I figure most of them have some counterpart in Splatterhouse. Can't get in there yet. Oh, yeah. I knew you were gonna pull that, you son of a bitch. Yeah, chainsaws are a great weapon in this game. So how much of this is like distorted reality, and how much of this is actually Rick's museum? And I gotta say, Rick, we're being a bit extravagant here. Uh-oh. I like how they sort of go in a little corkscrew towards you. Maybe it's just one more ghost lady. That's not too bad. I should save. And then I will use the same save file several times without changing the name, until it has no relation whatsoever to the original name. Because, why not? I know, it's like, why does lead kill the ghosts? I mean, not that I'm complaining. You should know how to use silver buckshot or something. We follow this? Right, proton cannons in a ghost trap. They have been proven effective. Yeah. We actually streamed Ghostbusters 2 a few weeks ago. It was a decent game. Even if I got lost driving the Statue of Liberty through the streets of New York. One of these days I'll try that newer Ghostbusters game. Yeah, I can grab that. There's Dr. West. That's... yeah, I've heard that's really good, and I do want to try that at some point. Oh, how your new character joining the old team. Oh, and so 2 flasks. Hope he didn't drop a key when he killed Dr. West. That's him. Yeah, parapsychologist. More like dead psychologist. Yeah. He could be an interesting character. And I know. I don't know if that was ever official, but it was speculated that he was that boss in Splatterhouse too. Was it level 6? Well, yeah, the little sharp-toothed guy who threw flasks at you and contained fire and slime men. I guess there was speculation that that was either Dr. West or Mueller, but probably West. I don't know if Namco ever confirmed it. If you're watching this stream, Namco, could you, confirm or deny? Oh, it was stage 4. Yeah. It was somewhere in the middle there. I'm alive. Oh boy. Hall of Mirrors. You know it's a Doom game when you run into the Hall of Mirrors effect. Hey, it set me up. I had to take it. Is it just me, or is it lagging slightly? Did something break? Or is that just part of the music? Oh, that's part of the music, I guess. The brass section. Smashing the glass section. Wait, oh, we're back here. I don't think I can make this jump. I assume we gotta lower that. Speaking of making jumps. My colleagues say bunny hopping. And hey, there's the bunny. Or at least a fifth of the bunny. Have to jump to that, or it looks like I can make this. Yeah, you can really jump far in Doom. I tried one of the reboot games, and you can even jump even farther in that. Like, spectacularly ridiculous and fun. Secrets? Go back to sleep, air horn boy. Oh, interesting. They're not reboots. So, did they change, have the story so that Doom, they're in the same continuity as Doom 1 and 2? The thing is, Doom 3 was like a reboot too, wasn't it? Interesting. And then they also used the re-release of Doom 64. Huh. So now that's canon too. But is Doom 3 part of the same, universe and storyline somehow? door opened in the gallery. Okay, that's really considerate of them to tell us that. As opposed to Doom, where it'd just be like, well, you hit a switch, something must have happened somewhere. Have fun finding it. Yeah, calling you out, Doom. Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds interesting. I feel like I should probably just stream the entire Doom series. And if I just jump down here, will it just traverse the mirror hall? Don't have to make all those jumps. Unless things start coming alive this time. Oh, fudge me, no. I hate that thing. And we're bunny hopping. Yeah, I did not anticipate that abomination. And that's okay. Hey, I grew up with Sonic the Hedgehog. I can make a few measly jumps. What? Did I caught in the wall for a second? Yeah, doesn't matter, I'm back. Let's see. I don't think there is a key. I think it's just a heart and a terror mask, which is functionally like a berserk. You know, if we never get our hands on those, I'm okay with it. And that's just fire. Just a garden variety patch of hellfire, nothing to worry about. Yeah, I love that the berserk would last through the end of the level. Is it this? Yes, this door. There's a key. Dr. West. Wouldn't you have stayed dead, like, at least for 10 minutes this time? Oh shoot, there he is in the dark. I see him. Oops. Teach me not to save before I pick up a key. Yeah. Perpetual movement as opposed to cover. I mean, there's sometimes you have to, you know, step out from the side of a wall to blast a baron or a cyber demon, but yeah, mostly just keep moving. Yeah. Yeah, you're like a shark. Gotta keep moving. Pokemaniac, have you ever played drawing a blank? Bedlam? It's another one of those retro or like early 90s styled first-person shooters where you have to keep moving. But I absolutely love that game. Yeah. Had some good gameplay. And I love the protagonist. It's like, kind of have a crush on her, even if she is probably the single ugliest female protagonist in video gaming history. She's still hilarious. As it really is. Drats. I should use it, start the flask and then just go to the mask thing. Because that's by far our best weapon, and the ammo is awfully limited. Where is it? Hey, we got him. His buddies, however, are still spitting at us. Oh, it's a head. Where is it? Is there some more? I don't think there was any more health up there. Crap, I'm lost in the dark. Ah. I'm glad I came back here. Flasks. God. I'm woefully low on health, though. Yeah, but if I can get that terror mask. If I can lower that gate at some point. Let's see if I jump. Yeah. Oh. My lady. My other lady. Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, so is that one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card games? So I'm really glad we have that power up now. I'm really not familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! I know. As I ran with a nerdy crowd, I know I've had friends who played it. Oh yeah, that's... You can see there's a much more of a bloody spray once we picked up that berserk. Fun. Oh, okay, it's a video game version, like, of the card game, and that's one they use in tournaments. Will you be competing in tournaments with that one? Pillars of rock hovering over the void. We're probably going to have to jump across them. Yes, we are. How did I know? What's that? Oh. Flasks in the bushes. We'll see if I make it out of here alive. Just for fun. Why do I think not? Oh shit, you can see it chasing you. That's effective. Damn. Don't think I have the ammo to dispatch it. dead body of Dr. West over there? Oh no, that's me. That's my corpse. Oh, that's a nice touch. Never noticed that. I don't think I died in front of a mirror before. Where this is leading us. No, oh, I think those are upside down corpses hanging out there. This looks safe. Huh. Hello, foul thing. Oh, damn you, no! I'm so close! Inimitable Captain Mozzarella. I'm all about referring to creatures by their fan names. After tangling with tungstens and squidigators in what's it called? Half-Life. Oh, they keep coming. How many? Okay, no, the mirrors break. I wonder if you can trick them into following up for there. They just reappear. They're giving me enough flasks, that's what I ought to be using. Oh, shoot. This is one of the munchy weir frogs? Oh, yeah. I invited him over to play. Can't count the flasks. Oh, we got the big... Wounded the big guy. Oh, that was effective. Oh, there's David. Just hiding in the middle of all this. Might have to resort to some mask energy, but I have a feeling we'll be needing that for something unholy soon enough. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm coming, so I'm just making sure I ate the hearts of all my enemies. Let's get out of here, kiddo. David is in your arms. Yeah, and this game has plenty of great gibs. Or jibs. I think we're on the last level. Blood Simple. Right, blood smile? Endless fatigue and endless relief. Both sensations wash over you as you watch the doctor's secret playground implode. Swallowed by the primal void, where the terror deity dwells. It is leaving this universe for another. It is leaving this universe for another at long last. And it's taking them with Jenny, David, snacks for the road. A bastard thanks its foolish avatar with a malignant laugh. Your scream drowns it out as you leap into the void after your family. This is it. Our last chance to save them. Welcome to my house, Rick. Let's see if you can... I don't know, something about... Let's see if you can read difficult red text that appears for only 3 seconds. Oh, Terror Mask, you're evil. Rico down the hole. Was I not supposed to? Game? Hello? Anybody here? Game? Programmer? Terror deity? True. I mean, like, yeah, the mask allows me to beat the terror entity, so... Yeah, I may just use a no clip, but unless this is what's intended to happen or something, it's just weird. Make sure there are no walls I can interact with. We can't fly like we could at the end of episode 2. Wait, really? Are we moving? I think it's an illusion just produced by the downward motion of the water. Yeah. Check out that sky beneath our feet. Nah. Yeah, it looks like it's staying the same. Okay, well. It's this popped it is. Which I'm glad they have that, because, like, if the game didn't have that, I would have had to restart. Yeah, it's good to have cheats when you need them. Yeah, I just assumed we were supposed to jump down in the pit where all the water is flowing. If we fall down here, do we die? Or return there, at least. Yeah. It's not getting rid of us that, or not letting us go that easily. Wait, is that? I saw some graphical distortions for a minute. Oh, we can see what it said. Let's see if you can defeat your ultimate fears. Okay. I hope it's not a bug or something. It feels like the kind of thing you'd be supposed to do. Yeah, like I got a no clip anyway. Let me see, is there anything I can see from this vantage point? It is kind of fun. Yeah. Is there anything else around here? No, and then zoomed out as it can be. Try zooming in. Ooh. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that. Maybe that's a GZ Doom thing. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a bug. Like either there's something we're supposed to do here, or it's a bug. Yeah, I probably should. I'll just press E on everything. It's like if you didn't have flasks and you fell down there, you'd have to restart. I mean, yeah, it auto-saves. Yeah. I mean, I suspect it's supposed to teleport you somewhere. Yeah, I could. Didn't explode. Oh, that's a shotgun shell. I'm fairly mystified here. Yeah. And it seems surprising that this would be a bug, because, I mean, the developers obviously put a huge amount of time into this TC, and you know, I'm just gonna go look briefly online, see if there's a walkthrough or hints or something. No, no, somebody's played through the entire thing, so... Oh, I should mute this. It is. Did you find a site about it, Pokemaniac? I thought it would be a portal. I guess the thing we can do, if nothing else, is turn on id's fistfot and go wandering through the darkness. Yeah, I think that's what I'll try and do, because I'm not seeing an easy fix online. I'm loath to give up at this point. You know, the third day we've been playing it. If I try running in there fast. Nope. Oh. Right, we can't do that, because... Right, because if we try and walk through, it'll just put us back up on the wall. And then when we fall off here, it'll treat it as a teleportal, a teleportation. Damn, that's annoying. I'm gonna think of another way to get around this. Hey, Guitar Cat. Welcome back. We've just discovered a wonderful, what appears to be a game-breaking bug in the last level. I mean, I could try downloading another copy. Bug. Oh, here's something on the author's website, someone talking about it. Don't you hate it when you see something on a Google search result and then the text? It shows the text of the result, but when you go to the site, that text isn't there. Ah, that's it. Now, other people seem to be having trouble with this sometimes. I mean, we'll lose our weapons, but I could try just warping to this level and see if that fixes the problem. Oh, I just assumed it was a mod for Doom because it was episodes, but it's mod for Doom 2. Got it. Hey, Rika Frost the Ice Wolf Demon. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're right in the middle of trying to figure out how to get around a game-breaking bug right now. And welcome to the community. How are you doing today? Wait, is this going to warp me to Doom levels? Well, that's no good. Oh, you are. That's awesome. I love Splatterhouse games as well. And this mod has been an amazing fan game. Just unfortunate that we've run into this bug. No matter how far we jump, I assume it's always going to register us as falling somewhere and teleport us back. Did I? Looks like the screen flashed dark for a minute. Or if I made it beyond the skybox. No. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't see a way around this. I can try real quick downloading a new copy of the mod and seeing if the bug goes away. A Splatterhouse anime. That would be pretty great. Yeah, I'll just try this and see if it works. Because I want to see the ending. This game has a really good plot. And it's like, so much effort went into this. Yeah, or a Splatterhouse movie, or series of movies. And I like that, the way they've structured this with each episode, being one of the old games. and telling a pretty complete story. It'll be hard. Wait, oh shoot, I still have that channel point, the joke. Maybe I'll just leave that channel points redeem up. And if anybody ever actually gets to 100,000 channel points, I'll just stream Leather Goddesses of Phobos. I should, because I don't think it's going to actually ban me. Would ban me for playing lewd text adventures. Oh, that's neat. Scott Pilgrim's getting an anime. And yeah, and with all the over-the-top elements, it really does lend itself well. Like, I can see it doing quite well as an anime. It would. If they could do it in live action, I don't know if they could make it look. It'd be hard to do. Some of the strange creatures. Yeah. I've downloaded a new copy of the mod, and so I guess we'll see if this helps. Also, I didn't ask, how are you doing, Hairball? You guys should go check out Hairball. It was a really fun VTuber. Plays neat adventure games. And there's a lot of great effects in its channel too. And no, Hairball, I'm no. Oh, what neat. It is being animated by, a studio with some chops. But then, what is it? Oh, it was Bikini. I think Bikini Karate Babes probably got an M rating at most. It's not like Immoral Combat or something. And Leather Goddesses of Phobos was mid-80s, so well before the rating system. I wonder if I should... Just checking whether that's... The files are the same size, because I'm wondering if it's... Could I have downloaded an earlier version of the mod by mistake? Maybe that's all. Maybe it's that easy. Oh, sorry, Hairball. Yeah, I closed the game because we found what appears to be a game-breaking bug on the last level that doesn't let us progress, and so I'm downloading a new copy. Seeing if that'll help anything. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. We should... If it's just as simple as deleting the old, WAD file and then putting the new one in the GZ Doom folder and opening that, that's, no big. Yeah, Manhunter. Maybe Manhunt 2. It was pulled and re-released with an adults only. Or was going to be, and then they changed it so it wouldn't get adults only. That's the thing, it's so rare. That's such a rare rating. wait, if it won't let us warp... God, did I just delete my saves then? Are they all contained in the WAD? I don't think so, but I don't really know computers. Oh boy. Yeah, some of the pretty disturbing content in the manhunt. Not man. Yeah, I always confuse manhunt and manhunter and manage to say the wrong thing. GZ Doom 7 or 4.7.1. As the name sound intriguing. It's the same principle as some of those pre-code movies. Yeah, Rockstar might have effed up. It's like, let's just be controversial if we're being controversial. I know. I think part of the reason there are so few is that so many of them, or at least some of them, didn't. Like that Ghostly Desires game I found a couple weeks ago on stream. It's like, they didn't bother submitting them because they knew it wouldn't. Like, they knew it would get an AO rating, and so it was like, well, then why even bother? Damn it. Is it possible? The different version of GZ Doom? Oh, Manhunt wasn't that bad. Oh yeah, Harvester. I've seen several people play that on stream, but I know it was... Did it get banned some places when it was released? Or horrific themes, or horrific scenes and disturbing themes and all that stuff we love. I've always been fascinated by some of the games that become controversial. Wow. Yeah, that when these names sound, incredible. Well, geez, maybe now I want to play some of these adults-only games. Huh. God, I mean, if opening it in a different manner would work. The things they came up with. Wonderfully creative. I know, now I gotta... I'm trying to open it in a different manner and see if that helps. Wait, where's... Oh, that's another PK3. It's obviously this happens, it's happened for at least one other person, but it doesn't happen for most people. So... Oh. Wrong one. Outlast. I'm not familiar with Outlast 2, really. Well, that was pretty controversial. Damn. Man, it's so frustrating because if it wasn't for the way you teleport when you fall off anywhere else, this wouldn't be an issue. We could just hop down and no-clip our way to something. So I'm guessing. I mean, it seems like it must be one of three things. It's either... I mean, I don't know, because it's not the mod itself if I just re-downloaded the mod, so it's either something with GZ Doom or something with my Doom. Maybe it's with my Doom 2 iWad. And there's... Is it possible? Is it possible I'm using a, like, WAD, or iWad or PWAD, whatever it is, from an older version of Doom 2? I know that could break some mods, like 15 years ago. But everything's worked perfectly until this. I don't know if any of you guys know more about computers than I do, but... I mean, I can try downloading an older version of the mod from the site and see if the bug is still present. Unless it's in a different version of GZ Doom. Yeah, I'd heard something about Catherine being controversial. I have, like, not enough to get banned, but I haven't played it. Is it... Oh, it teaches people to cheat. Yeah, I mean, not a good message. I can't think. Okay. I wouldn't think that would be enough to start a big controversy. No. Not a good message at all. No, we're definitely playing with GZ Doom. Yeah. Okay, I hate to give up, so I'll download the older version of the mod and hope our save games still work. Just because I don't know what else to do, guys, I'm sorry. Unless this is just... Atari ET controversy. Isn't that controversy just that the game's utterly terrible and everyone hated it? Yeah, no, other Atari games were a little more controversial than E.T. Atari porn games, Atari horror games. Right. Yeah, the game that caused... Yeah, the great video game crash. Although I read that the Pac-Man port also contributed to that. Okay. Oh, so it wasn't that terrible gameplay-wise. It was just like a bad license game. I had a friend who had played it back in college, and he was saying there was also like bad collision detection. Like, so you would, think you would make a jump but fall into a pit. Okay, this is the old... Right. We'll see if this works. Huh. No, it didn't cause the crash. That's like a common, believed myth. It was just a good representation of the market. Wait, did I just click on the wrong one? Oh, right, it won't. God. An oversaturated market with lots of crap. That's a... Yeah, I mean, there is some of that on Steam. Yeah. That'd be a cool project if they did make a good version now. I bet people would buy it just for the novelty. Okay, guys, I think, does anybody else have any suggestions about this? Because I don't know what it is. And the old version of the mod isn't compatible with the saves. So... It's a shame you can't warp in mods. Like, I could try nosing around online for a better Doom 2 WAD file, and I mean, I could try downloading a different version of GZ Doom, but I don't, you know, at this point I just don't think I'm going to be able to figure it out. That's good. I'd hate to give up, especially since you guys we've gone through all this. Basically, Dangerous Dave, in the last level, there's a teleporter that doesn't work. I mean, I knew about some of the GTA controversies, but Red Dead Redemption, if I'd heard about a specific controversy from that, I'd forgotten it. Open with... Just checking my version. 4.7.1. Oh, and because they're too similar? And Red Dead is really close to GTA, just with a different setting and story. And it's still an interesting idea. I mean, if they just called it Grand Theft Horse. Yeah, I'm on the last map, Dangerous Dame, which is frustrating because, you know, this is the third day I've streamed this game and it's like the very end. I want to see how it ends. And try downloading an older version of GZ Doom, like, that's the last thing I can think of. Okay, yeah, and I was looking through the developer's website, and in 2021, someone reported the same bug, but nothing ever came of it. Yeah, we'll try this. Really? Dangerous Dave? Oh, thanks. Oh. Oh, thank you. No, thank you, Dangerous Dave. That's good. Then if we can apply that fix, because I'm playing it on the second difficulty. Oh, they're banned. Hey, could you send me or could you post the link to that? Because then if I can download that. It's also, you don't happen to know how to warp in Doom mods, do you? Because if it let us warp, I could just change the difficulty level and warp to the last level. Oh, wait. True, but this is a fan-made game that, you know, I think pretty much just one guy spent on, like, doing over years, so I always cut, like, indie freeware developers from some slack. Yeah. I mean, heck, even if they're selling it and they're, you know, a small team with limited resources, I cut them from slack. Ah. Ah. Hmm. Hold on. This might let us warp. Oh, so if I could find another file from around then. Oh yeah, Doom World's one of the big ones. Yeah. Let it never be said that I give up easily. And then, oh. Hello there, soul. Oops, there's that command. List maps. It's 3 on 6. Would that be? Right. Can I just... no clip through each level? I don't know, maybe I should just do that, if it only is on these 2 difficulties. Hurt me... I know I did that. Yes, hurt me plenty. Then I should be able to just... run through these levels. And... if I can remember where the exits are. It should probably just take like 5 minutes. Yes, sorry to run, gentlemen, but I already killed you once today. Now, where was it? Ah, yes, here. We'll see if this works. I don't know if this is worth it. Try and trigger. Oh man. It's quite a big jump in difficulty. I downloaded this one from the author's website, like the official link, and I just re-downloaded it. I'm going to be quite annoyed if I do all this and then it still doesn't work. Yes. We're getting to see a different side of the game. It was... okay, yes, this was it. Could I? Well, that's the thing. I was trying to figure out how to warp. But with these... If you just use ID Clev, it'll just take you to an actual Doom 2 level. I mean, I know the map is blood simple. Is there a way to warp directly to it? I mean, I know the map name is blood simple, but does it do it by numbers, or can you warp directly to a map? As with the old Doom cheats, it was very much... You had to input the number of the map. Oh. Oh, thanks. Oh, wait, can you tell me? Oh, wow. They're fighting each other. Can you tell me how... What do I type in? Do I do it in the console? Okay. Change map. Blood simple. Oh, wait. I think I know what it is then. Thank you to everybody who's still here and trying to through all this, and thank you for your help. Oh. Oh, then I can just try it without a space first. Oh, and then it'll tell us. Oh, gotcha. Dangerous Dave. So I'm glad you have this insight into how Doom works. You said, oops. Blood simple. So type. Oh, an operator and down under doomers. That's so cool. Oh, I see. You do it by that number then. Ah, yes. Thank you, but since I loaded the game, that means we're back at the other difficulty, so... S, wonder what S stands for. Because it wouldn't be, like E1, M1. What a time to pause it. Really get a good look at those souls. Okay. I think... Thanks, if I have to change it again, I'll do that. But I think now we've got it. Just not any weapons. Who needs weapons? Yeah! We made it! Oh shoot, don't munch me, bro. Okay, thanks. I was not ready for this. Where are the ghosts? Oh, there's the ghost ladies. me, can you change the difficulty level at any time, Dangerous Dave? Right, that's what I was thinking, but the way that the map is set up, if you touch the ground any point other than in the one correct spot, there's another teleporter there, so it's like you're on an island in the sky surrounded by a sea of teleporters. Interesting. So then if I just... And it's weird that you can change difficulty in the middle of a level, because, you know, there are so many more monsters on this difficulty. There she is. Ah, and if I reload the map, then it'll put me back at the start. Oh. Unless I reloaded a save game within the map. Well then it looks like we'll be stuck playing it on this difficulty. Oh boy, another one of those wonderful mirror portals. Let's see if I can do this without using more cheat codes. Hey, it's me. Oh. I know we can't step off the path. Why would you possibly think we could step off the path? Okay. At this point, I start saves coming. Hey, at least the gameplay is fun. Man, that can drain your health. Well, I think if they hit you with this, like, flying head corkscrews, that does a lot. I love when you splat them off the cliff. Even if the cliff is only like a couple of yards tall. This looks like a big level. I'm sure we'll have to go through them all eventually. This is just sort of a recce. Unholy tree. If it even is a tree, jury's still out. I'll save. Teddy Ruck Splatter. Should have known we'd see you here. Oh, Dangerous Dave, what does that entail? You said you run the server for the Australian Doom group? He'll be back. I see. Well, that's great that you do that. Yes, there's old Saturn again. Oh boy. That startled me. How? No way in hell I can deal with all these. Whoa. 2015, so server cluster's been around for a while. I begin to get a sneaking suspicion we are not intended to go through that room. But is there another room to go through? Apparently this area uses almost all invisible walls. I mean, am I just supposed to try and run the gauntlet? Let me try another one and come back to that. Or not come back to that. Spilling out of the house. creepy floating head. That's certainly a way to describe it. The Sentinel's Playground. So what exactly is a server cluster? I probably should know this, but, well, I don't. Oh, for play online. Oh, and also, like, host the WAD files. Ah. See, I pretty much have never played online, so I didn't know that was how it works. I mean, it makes sense, and I know I've heard of servers. Mostly I'm more familiar with them hosting files. Oh man. There are lots of floating heads in there. I'm trying to do this without cheating, but this is a pretty tough mod. Xandrinum, or another one, good for online. Okay. Interesting that some ports are better for different things. There's these ghouls as meat shields. Maybe I should just figure. Oh, it doesn't kill the ones who are knocked down, of course, silly me. There's mask energy there. That's what I gotta get to. I think it looked like there's only one head left. I'm getting better. flash to take out the heads. Forgot to change weapons. Rookie mistake. Are there any especially good Doom mods that you've played, Dangerous Dave? I don't know, maybe I should try all the portals, see if one of them is easier than the others. Wait, LCA? Is that a certain Doom source port or mod? Oh shoot. That's a lot of severed heads. I can't wait to find a chainsaw. Okay. Legendary complex add-on. Okay. Hey, there's West. Yeah, I'm not familiar with many mods. Oh, that's pretty cool. The RPG elements, and that many weapons. Wow. Yeah, so it sounds like it does make it more complicated. Yeah, we got him. And legendary weapons, too. Oh. Yeah, it sounds like a lot to keep track of for an action game. But it sounds impressive. We get in there. This darkness. Oh, there. Oh, yeah, with different weapons every playthrough. Always keeping it fresh. Jenny, let's get out. Oh, shit. Should have known there'd be a boss montage. Oh, she just... I guess she just got eviscerated. I assumed she was going to turn into a monster and attack us. Oh, how did you get over here? So are there any more weapons here before we leave, or power-ups in general? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. That works now. Oh. The lovely ladies are back. Hello, lovely ladies. Is there one more? Maybe not. Oh, yeah. So that, okay, yeah, that was the one we took. I can't understand what they're saying. Tough, yeah. Something along those lines. I mean, I guess we can try the teddy bear land again. Bears. Stupid bears. Maybe you have to knock your way a path through the teddy bears and walk on the ones you knock over. Let's try that. This could work. Treading on eggshells. Or, you know, bears. The triggers are invisible, right? I think my best choice is to save scum through here. Basically, miss one, jump, die instantly. There's not some cue like on the floor or something as to where the triggers are that I'm missing, is there? Yeah, I think the bears themselves must be the cue. Alright, save scum. Tempting, but... Does they look identical, or do they look slightly different? The ones that you can hit and the ones that you can't? Hey, Big D, welcome in. How are you doing today? Trust me, they have eaten me. Many times. Hope you're having a good weekend. And you guys should check out Big D. He has a fun stream. And there's all kinds of different games. Big door. I misspoke. Going through the entire catalog of DOS games. Oops. Better DOS games catalog than old clothing catalogs. It's like trial and error. At least in Double Dragon 3 you had to spell out a word. The clothing catalogs will come. Jeez. Yes. This WOD, or mod, has gotten quite difficult, and we're basically saves coming our way. We were playing at a lower difficulty. And then the game was like, game playing breaking bug, you'll say. Oh, yeah, I know, like older, it'd be cool to look at the toy section of older catalogs. Yeah, see some things like you remember. And then like other things like that was ever popular? That was ever sold? Am I supposed to do it at right angles? Right? Maybe it's so. At least my, oh right, invisible walls. Well, at least that key stopped playing the piano. Oh boy, and the bears vanished. Goodbye, bears. Well, that looks sus. Okay, that was a pretty creative puzzle. Making sure there's nothing else here. Other than Saturn having a little snack. Again? Ladies, I can't keep killing you. I got, like, a wife and a son to save. Where is she? Oh, there she is. Yeah, the best time to hit him is right after they attack. Did you discover any especially fun new DOS games, Big D? Oh, hello, secret. Secret which I missed. Oh. Oh, that's too bad. All the Windows 3.1 games ended up being junk, but... Oh, SG-1000. That's like pre-Master System Sega console, right? Is it here? That's cool. Oh good, we got mask energy. And we had to look at it, because some short horror Saturdays I've run into a few clunker games. The I had all the good ones in the first stream. But, you know, sometimes the less good games make you appreciate the good games more. Oh, okay. Sharp, and then Famicom. Yeah. A lot of games that probably most of us have never seen. Okay. Kingdom for a chainsaw. There's the flask. Oh shoot, I saved at like 3% health. And we can't go off the path. Yeah, but have you ever tried any of the games on the Sharp? Whatever that system is? Interesting that the like 80s Sears catalogs sell for more than the 30s ones. I guess it's because of the nostalgia factor, like more people seeking them out and remember the stuff from those. I don't know, maybe the catalogs are more colorful and entertaining. Yeah, that's why you want one of those. Shit. And I can grab all the health out here. But... oh. It's a Japanese system with a lot of arcade ports. And, it can be fun to see the different types of arcade ports. On the same game on different systems, especially if these are good ones. So I am zoomed in. Oh, wow. Dual floppy system, and you have to put the disc in the right drive. That sounds frustrating. I'm trying to figure out which is the right drive sometimes. I don't know how to make it through. Oh. It asks for disc 3 and it's disc 4. Oh, so disc 1 is always going to be system disk rather than data disks. So the data disks will always be offset by 1. Gosh. God, these guys, how am I should probably just sacrifice a flask and try to blow them up. Yeah, that's 2 of them. Oh, now it's 1 of them. go back and get the other hearts and then save. I'm certain I didn't miss anything over here. Right. Inexplicable dead end. Thought for a second that might be a switch. Okay. This wouldn't be so hard if we had a chainsaw. Here goes something. Throw it over their heads very well. I have a baseball bat. Man, I cleaned out my shotgun supply and there were still more. I'm getting better. I have no idea how many there are. Throw the flasks up. Yeah. Aren't you guys glad I played this on Hurt Me or Hey Not Too Rough instead of Hurt Me Plenty for most of the time? Maybe I should just try chucking a few flasks through the door. Do as much damage as far back as I can. Including to myself. Oh wow, eBay's sold out of Sears catalog, or Christmas Sears catalogs from the 80s. And they really must be popular. Maybe you'll find them in the antique stores. Seriously, a digital scan of one issue for $20? That's outrageous. Wow. From the 90s, they're $40 to $50. In the early 90s, but still. Oh, just 92. A vintage year for the Sears Roebuck catalog. Why? The world may never know. Yeah, someone must have had cases of them, yeah. You never know what those old catalogs might be worth. Well, I, for one, am never going to throw out another catalog. That's my new get-rich-quick scheme. Yeah, because the Sears ones were free, right? God, there's so many. See, I don't know what the strategy here is. I mean, I haven't really explored the porch, yeah, there's no going back. Stay down. God, with the giblets flying, it's hard to see where the projectiles are coming next. Yeah, we got some ground-based spitters, that's part of it. And some boar worms! I mean, like, boar worm kings, because why not? Oh, wait, shit. Did we just almost wipe them out? Damn it, I was hesitating, trying to figure out weapons. Okay, I think I'm actually getting close to pulling this off. Why do I keep losing the keys? Gotta be more mindful about luring the guy behind me. Oh yeah, gooey gas. That's what they call one of those things. Here's the thing, if I had the full health, this wouldn't be quite so hard. think I was like just a few hits away from killing the last one. It's just so visually overwhelming. Well, yeah, I hate to give up. Especially since we went to so much trouble to get to this point. It's largely with the help of chat. Just see the projectiles sailing out of a cloud of blood at you. Oh, shoot. Too close. I'm not a great Doom player, but I bet there are people out there who can actually beat this in nightmare mode. Imagine. Damn, 600 megabytes for the Sears catalogs. Those must be some very high quality scans, Big D. Still, that's great that you found them. Yeah, I mean, if they're that big, they better be like, 4K catalogs up in here. heads can clear out some of the ghouls. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I just have to figure I'm getting through this with no ammo whatsoever. That is so antithetical to my nature. Slaughtering large quantities of hellish monsters, however, is not antithetical to my nature. The Ruthless Killer Gamer does have a bit of a nice ring to it. We made it. Damn. Ladies. Oh. And heads. Oh, shoot, it's the upside down cross. Come to me. I'll feast upon your soul, and have your wife and son next. Just hope the upside down cross couldn't follow me through the well. Yeah, I know. These things are getting vicious. Oh yeah, that was me reading the game text, not just, casually saying that to chat. Hey chat, I'll consume your soul, and then I'll eat your family. I think Twitch has a policy against, threats of soul munching. One would hope. Right, Twitch? Just wait for him to come out here and then run in past him. Oh, right, Yeah. Yeah, he's just saying the same thing. I missed what he said first. Yeah, I'll feast on your soul first, and then have your wives and sons next. But yeah, you could just, spew all sorts of sinister, eldritch, otherworldly threats at chat, but God help you if you play music. I mean, you don't really hurt anybody monetarily by threatening to destroy anyone's souls, but if you play music, you're damaging those poor artists. And you're really damaging BMI and ASCAP too. Why do you want to damage the Beatles? I realize the Beatles' grandchildren are trying to put food on the table, and you're over here streaming music for 10 seconds even. Yeah. Musicians have it rough. I mean, I'm sure a lot of them do. That's okay. The solution to avoid streaming copyrighted music is to stream no music whatsoever, except what's in the game. And a lot of times, that's copyrighted anyway. Okay. We need... Shoot. We need that chainsaw. Hey, where's Ludo? Oh, there he is. Wow. Muted 3 times for Doctor Who, like 15-second clip. I mean, I'm just gonna not fool with them. We'll try it. I'll probably regret it. I think the only VOD of mine that actually got muted part of it was the 7th guest, and that was because the game's soundtrack was copyrighted and then released as, a set of CDs. It was good music. And it's weird that they only caught 30 seconds of it. At first, I just implemented my host alert, so I was like, oh shoot, did my host alert get me, part of the VOD muted? Okay, what did that do? I'm not going to fall off the edge because I'll get teleported back into the circle. And Ludo's down there. We get to go inside the trunkless tree, which I'm guessing is not actually a tree. Oh, there's another one. Oh, no. Oh, it's like an enemy rush of everything we've ever seen. Hello, puppies. Can they hurt each other? No. Maybe it's worth it to get the chainsaw. Okay, we're down to 1 flask. Probably worth it. Yeah. Them puppies. Me and my jumping skills. I think I'm also just getting tired, but I refuse to let this game beat me. I thought that Short Horror Saturday was supposed to be short, David. You know what, Airplane Lion? Just don't start with me. Lions. Appeared right in my face. Dog thing, excuse me. Yeah, I think it was worth it to get the chainsaw. Wow. You made a Donkey Kong and Super Mario or Dr. Mario ROM hack. Which game was it based on, Seacross? I mean, normally, if I had shotgun ammo, I'd switch to a shotgun here, but I don't, so I shan't. Oh, Doctor Who. I think Dr. Mario. That sounds awesome. Doctor Who characters in Donkey Kong. Shoot, he can actually retreat from the chainsaw. Hey, I just had a thought. When the dog things howl, they kind of sound like that giant kabuki baboon from the TV studio in the Simpsons arcade game. I never thought of that before. chapter released. I hope you find it then. I hope it's not lost. Oh shoot, how many memes are we talking about here? Lots. I mean, the bat gives me range. Oh yeah, sitting on a Mimi portal gives you a bit of an edge to start with. I mean, their range is still longer than mine. That's enough you, Cthulhu Joe. I don't know, maybe the chainsaw is better. I think I learned this last time I streamed this. You gotta run in closer to them. Come on, guys. Give me a break here. I can just deal with them one at a time. I keep forgetting I'm out of flasks. Oh right, because I'm holding one. And all the hearts before I trigger the next wave. Oh, there he is. hunger, Rick. Give in to me. What is that? Oh, God. Tis here, tis there, tis gone. No, it's just like a patch of clouds that generates homing souls. Where is it? I'm guessing this to be the final boss. I can barely see it. Wow. Oh, wait, there. Okay, he definitely teleports around. Oof. Get him with the chainsaw first. Free hit. Is he? Use these things for cover if I can. I think that's the best thing. Hey, Rush Pirate. Yes, getting splattered quite a bit. Reached what I hope to God is the final boss. Or just about. And how are you doing today? I hope you're having a good weekend. Oh, there he is. Oh, awesome. Which point and clicks did you play? Oh, yes. It's a Doom TC based on the Splatterhouse games. And it's really good, it's just... I have to play at a harder difficulty than I should be, due to a game-breaking bug we discovered. And also, you guys should check out Rush Pirate. There's a lot of adventure games. The stream's a fun place to hang out. Machinarium. Is that a recent game? Seems like I've heard that name. And Back to the Future. Well, I'm glad if that's a good Back to the Future game, since... Not all the Back to the Future games are good, I hear. Okay, Machinarium is an older one. Of course, my pleasure. Yeah, the combination of him being so hard to see and teleporting. Oh, the next Back to the Future. Oh, shoot, I saw him. He's got two Mimis after me. Must have died 100 times today, easy. Where is he? Missed him. Ew, what color is his blood? It sure isn't red. For a second. Ow. How am I going to do this? Yes. Like chop smart, chop as smart. Okay. Hey, I'm just having so much trouble seeing him. Which I know that's kind of the point, but... I may try enabling light amplification. Just to see if that makes it any easier. Okay, big guy. That does make it slightly easier. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a cool look. You can see him better now. Oops. Hello, puppy. Yes, I'm aware this is technically a cheat, but if I don't do this, I'll be here all night. God, maybe I shouldn't be using this shotgun. Does he just teleport? Do I have a shotgun in him? Oh, there's a shotgun. And there's another shotgun. Oh, maybe the shotguns. God, they camouflage so well, it's hard to tell. Okay, no, that one's spawned. Where is he? Ah. Oof. Hey, foolproof ale. I'm doing alright, thanks. How's your weekend going? Welcome on in. We're just fighting a very difficult, what I hope is a final boss. Can he teleport behind any of the pillars? Oh, nice. Glad you're doing well. Oh, perhaps that was a dog. is he laughing? What did I do or get? Oh, he doesn't need a reason to laugh. This is what I ought to be doing. Okay. Can he kill his minions? That'd be nice. I think I got him with a flask. Basically, I just have to keep running. Wait, did I kill him? No. I am a god. I cannot die. Rick, help me. Told you not to fuck with my family. Whew. Ow. Tell me that was the end. That's gotta be the end. You awaken with a start in the garden, soaked by the rain, the mad shriek of the dying god ringing in your ears. Jenny lies beside you in the grass, like Sleeping Beauty. She holds David tenderly in her arms as they enjoy a deep, dreamless sleep. The nightmare is finally over. You let them sleep as you stand to meet the approaching police sirens, unsure how to explain your missing guests. Still, while your family is safe from the terror god, other evils still lurk in the dark corners of the earth. Thank you, Foolproof Ale. Rick returns to his family. Oh, is that it? That's it? I think so. Yep, looks like that's the end. And that was Splatterhouse 3D, the Doom TC. And it was a pretty good, it was quite a good fan game. I'm just not very good at those types of FPS games. Well, I would say I'm decent at them, but not really good. And if I'd been able to keep playing it at the lower difficulty level, it would have been fine. But we ran into that bug and spent so much time figuring out how to get around it. Thank you, Dangerous Dave, for your help. I'm glad we finally got to beat it. Yeah, I would recommend it, and it really does show what can be done with the Splatterhouse, the storyline of the old games, how they can be expanded into something really cool. Personally, I don't know if I would say I prefer the old Splatterhouse 3D Gold to that. Because the mod is pretty impressive, especially if you like Doom. Yeah, and we've finally beaten it after working at it for several short horror Saturdays. How long? Good God, I've been streaming for 5 hours? Oh, more than 5 hours. Yeah, short horror Saturday. Short is in the skill level of the player, as the saying goes. I'll find somebody to raid, and yeah, thank you guys, everybody who's coming here. Let you guys know, I stream Sunday and Wednesday evenings and Saturday late afternoons, and tomorrow we'll start East Side Story, which is the 4th game in the Carol Reed series of Swedish murder mysteries. We played the first one a few months ago. And then Wednesday we'll start Castlevania, The Quest for Shut-Eye, which is an excellent freeware horror comedy Metroidvania. Very much a parody of the Castlevania games. Great voice acting. I remember having a lot of fun with it in the late 2000s. And then next week for Short Horror Saturday, who knows what we'll do. We'll figure something out. Okay, who's online? Oh, thanks, Foolproof Ale. Yeah, there's so many good, obscure horror games, and even free ones. I'd say some good ones, and also some that may be good that I want to try. I'm never sure the balance of, how much I should play well-known games versus how much I should play games that no one's ever heard of. Thank you so much, Big D. Really appreciate it, and appreciate you guys coming out. You know, that's a good idea, Foolproof. I might implement that, but you can go ahead and tell me if you have a recommendation just before we end. I haven't. Ooh, horror DOS game? I do like those. Please tell me. I think the channel point rewards has to exist for you to redeem it, Matt Glad, but I mean, technically he redeemed it, so suggest a way. I think we're gonna raid, oh no, she's back. She hasn't streamed in a while. We should raid her. Oh, Waxworks. Yeah. That's a good idea, Foolproof Ale. Thanks, Matt Glad. Yeah, because I saw Hairball streaming that a while ago, and I've been interested in it for a long time. I actually have a big box copy back home. So that's a suggestion. Maybe I will try Waxworks.
cooldown for 24 hours. Wow, that's quite a cooldown. But I know it's more of like an RPG adventure, right? And I'm not very experienced with RPGs. I've only played very few and mostly action RPGs, but still, it's like, if it's a good game, it would be a good way to try out the genre, maybe. Well, I will look into that, because I'm, after we finish these next couple games we start, I'll need more games too. I'm glad you can't keep hacking this channel points reward. That's not how it works. Maybe that's how it works. I'm not computer savvy, as we have proven in this stream. Though, in my defense, that was a bug. Oh, okay. So it's real-time combat, like, yeah, because Stealthy Golem's been playing Arena and Daggerfall, and watching some of those and thinking, oh, these games actually do look kind of fun. Maybe I should play DOS RPG, action RPGs. Actually, I was thinking of starting Light Slayer tomorrow, but then I was thinking, it's not going to be that fun of a game to watch. Brief dialogue and then a whole lot of running through maze-like corridors with no map, shooting monsters. Which describes a lot of Doom clones. I don't know. Might be fun, but I will look into Waxworks more, and thank you. And that's probably a good idea, having a suggestion set up somewhere, especially for Short Horror Saturday. Or maybe I should say suggestions are welcome, like on Twitter. And you guys should follow me on Twitter and MySpace. I post stream announcements, and yeah, especially on Twitter. And you can also watch VODs of my past streams on YouTube. Oh, shoot. Now there are several good people on here that I kind of want to raid. Horror game, obscure DOS games. Oh, it's just Purblind Gamer at Twitter, MySpace, and YouTube. Try and keep it uniform. We probably should raid my friend from school who has just started streaming again recently after, taking a break for a month or so. She's just starting her new semester, so I don't know how busy she'll be. Is she playing? Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Southern Wild, or whatever it's called. And yeah, I think those are all the announcements. Thank you guys for sticking with me till the end. I know I was taking way too long and dying way too much, but it was a good game, and I gotta commend Mike McD for putting in so much effort and finishing a really good fan game. Even if there are unfortunate bugs on the lower two difficulty levels. Oops. Yeah, we'll go ahead and raid Live Joan Arc. Oh, am I supposed to spell it correctly? Twitch is such a stickler sometimes. Yeah, there's plenty of games have been like that. Took too long and too many deaths. That's what happens when you play hard games. Maybe I should try something easy for Short Horror Saturday next time. Does Crystal's ponytail count? Oh wait, somebody else already streamed that. Damn it, Fluff Bomb. Thank you, Seacross. Yeah, that's... I hope to see you guys tomorrow, and feel free to follow me, and thank you again for being here. Whether you're lurking or chatting, or helping me get around really difficult bugs in the game, it means a lot that you hang out here, or Short Horror Saturday. I hope you all have a good night. Say hi to live Joan Arc, and I promise I won't eat your souls and then feast on the souls of your family. There are, other entities who can take care of that. Please tell me that's not against your TOS, Twitch. Thanks, Dangerous Dave. Oh, thank you for all your help, Dangerous Dave. And thank you, Foolproof Ale, Seacross, and Matt Glad. Have a good night, you guys. So tired.